Hello and welcome to Sentinels Steam Workshop Dev Stream. Once again, it's Friday. I'm John, aka Migrant P, lead developer at Handelabra, and we are going to be continuing on Steam Workshop support. So last time, we got the workshop live to a limited group. So there is a workshop page if you join the right special secret, not super secret, but special community group. And Jennifer made a graphic based on Super Scientific Tachyon that looks really cool. This still says FPO, but I changed that, so I don't know what's going on there. And we've got a bunch of mods here. These are my testing ones. But the Cauldron, Case File, Spooky Ghost Writers, Lazy Fan Comics, Bart KFs, and Parahumans of the Wormverse. So yeah, cool stuff. So the plan is probably, basically I want to get the multiplayer thing working today. And if we get that working, then opening up the community group to wherever that is. Did I link it in here? Yeah, ask about it in the Discord. I didn't put the link. I didn't want it to get too big. This is it. No requests. That's fine. But so basically, I'm going to make this more public. It'll still require you to join this group. So it's not totally public, but it will be, anyone can just join join this group and get access. So that's the next step, to open it up to more people. But I want to have the multiplayer functionality working first before that. So that's what we're going to dive into today. A couple of bug reports got from Rujuin as well that I'll take a look at if I have time as well. And also Jennifer has been working on making this screen look cool. So you can see the visual design is coming along. I'm not going to actually edit the screen because I think Jennifer's working on it right now. But we can take a peek at the in progress. Sort of meant to look like, so right now it's, just turn this off. So it's meant to look like sort of a comic book artist table with stuff taped on that they're working on. So it's still rough, but we're getting towards what we want there. And we'll continue iterating on that and getting that looking how we want. So that is coming along nicely. So I'm gonna maybe I'll make some functionality stuff in the screen, but I'm gonna stay out of changing the scene right now because Jennifer is still iterating on it and making it look nifty. So what we're gonna look at is the multiplayer functionality, where when you go to join a game, you can then download the mod that you need. So how are we gonna do that? We need to do Steam builds, but have multiple of them running at the same time. Actually not, maybe. Well, yeah, it's going to be tricky, actually. I might need two computers going to do this. It might not be something I can stream easily. Well, at least we can look at the code and what we're doing. So, and change some things. Because basically, right now, I think it's using the mod namespace, but it should be using the mod, not the namespace, but the other thing, the published item ID. So let's go to the multiplayer manager, and the Sentinels client. So required mods is what we use. And it makes a dictionary of string to object. And we add here. Yeah, if the room has mods, mod identifier dash version strings. Actually, it's not a list, it's a dictionary. Dictionary of mod identifier to mod version. That was previously it was a list, and now it is a dictionary. I changed that. Right, and then we pop up a thing that says you need to. I did all this stuff. I mean, it's really rough, but we need to basically have it show the things that you need. And right now it's just popping up and like, you should do this, but we want to have it like, you know, click a button to automatically do it, to install the mod from Steam using the API. So right now the mod ID is a dictionary, is using the namespace. Right. Identifier is the namespace, but we want to make it based on the Steam Workshop ID. I think we want to make it based on like a combination. Yeah. Because like 99% of the time, like once we ship, you will be using Steam Workshop. And even if you're like developing your mod, you can test multiplayer by publishing it to Steam and making it hidden. Like you can, I think we can require that Steam Workshop is what we use here. Of course, we need to, requiring it is hard because people can still like install ad hoc mods. So, and then I think it needs to be, this is a combination of the Steam Workshop ID and the namespace, maybe. Or, yeah. So the identifier is going, I mean, we can just change this here and it will continue to work because every time it gets, it's just checking for equality. So like the identifier is the Steam Workshop ID if it's from Workshop, or the namespace if not. And we can like maybe put up some sort of prefix, like it's a string, so we can like do stuff. So like if it's from Workshop, I mean, yeah, actually, if we have one, I guess if you haven't published your mod at all, then we won't use the Workshop ID, but, right? Otherwise, just use the namespace. And actually, I think that's okay, because we can just check to see if it's a number. If it's a number, we know that it's a Workshop ID. And if it's not, then we don't. And that'll still work with ad hoc, like developer versions, because you'll still have the published file ID, right? So you can still test your developer version with other people who have it from Workshop. It's kind of not a huge case, but it's something that will happen, I'm sure. Cool. All right, so that works. Maybe I'll just put this here too. Right. So we're still, that doesn't change any of the code that we have over here, right? Because like if you got the mod, you got the mod. If you don't, then except we have these mod namespaces to update. What's that? Oh, right. I see. Because we were using, it was like definitely namespaces. um, oh, I see. I see. Because it's used here. That's fine. And I think this was just like because we know that the identifier might not still be the namespace. So right. So I think all this logic is fine. So this panel needs to, and now it's going to be like install this number. So that's not super useful. We can test it though, I think, and make sure that that's. Can we test it? Oh yeah, of course we get all our errors when we press build, but I wanted to make sure everything was saved. Also, hi Jake. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. I guess what we can just do is just trying to think about how we're gonna like test this out, because you can't run the same game twice on Steam. So I think I will. I guess I can make a virtual machine, but you can't like. It's hard. You can't be on the same Steam account playing the same game twice on different computers. I think like it doesn't work. But we could set one to be offline on Steam or something like that, and that would work. I don't know that I have a virtual Windows machine set up. I guess that would work. That should probably work. I usually have a Linux one, but I don't have one on this computer set up. I would then need to like put a build or like make a build for Steam. It's all complicated. Let's go into the screen and at least like think about how we want the screen to be. Maybe we'll do as much as we can before worrying about having to make a build and testing it. So mod download panel right here. Yeah, and maybe instead of mods, we'll call it workshop. Content required. All right. So instead of having a text list here, maybe we'll change this button to be I guess we can still have the list and we'll like query Steam for them, right? This can just be called reload or whatever. We don't actually have to, we can like do this automatically. It doesn't need to be a button. We'll still have the quit button. So I think we want to have like, I think it should just go automatically, right? So I think we want this button to be like download items. And be like press the button below to download them and join the game. Yeah, this can be a little smaller. Boop. And this list is going to be like generated. So let's go to this, and this is going to need to be using Steamworks. So yeah, we need to, instead of this, we need to like query Steam, right? So Steam UGC dot query query all. I go back to the documentation. Basically, we want to query all the ones that have we have the IDs, right? So consuming content. Actually, we can just call subscribe item or I don't know if we can call like update download item. It'll be downloaded and installed as soon as possible. Yeah, it was okay. So, download, clicked. Those buttons, where do those buttons go? They call game setup view controller. Refresh mods or back button, go back. Okay, so this. This is not going to be called, at least right away. Now we're going to have this download clicked. So we need to like remember these when we are shown. Subscribe to all the things we need. So, and here's where we can check to see. I guess we can show it here too, right? Like if. Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice that this will need to show. We'll need to do a query first, right? So that we can show like the name of the mod and maybe link to it or whatever. Because we just only have like, we could potentially include the name in the identifier for convenience, but I think the query is pretty quick to do. So, and then I guess the other thing is to update the item. We can call, so basically call subscribe item and download or update. Yeah, so download item. And I guess we could actually filter these by the only ones we actually need to install, like from Steam. We can actually filter these here from Steam. dot where long try parse. You can just be like, we don't actually care about keeping it. If they're a number, identifiers that are numbers are workshop item IDs. Cool. And then the others are like not. Yeah, so I think we can still do something like this. So it's a workshop item, else it's an ad hoc mod. So we can just like update our string here, which would be like install from workshop. And then we'll want to do a query for the name and stuff, but this is a start to like just split it the logic a little bit, right? And the same thing here. Basically, it's kind of the same thing, but slightly different. So yeah, basically we're gonna want to like query for the titles, right? That's kind of a nice to have, but I think it's a better experience to do that. So can we query like multiple items? Querying content. Query for all matching. Or specific items. There we go. Item details request. Pass in the items that you want. Yeah, this is a size, right? Okay. Right, so query for the title. And maybe we'll just do this. And I mean, if it's all ad hoc, we don't have to do the query, basically. Query Steam for workshop info. Query IDs equals go new file ID, whatever, publish file ID T. So we know that these parse because we filtered them earlier. .to array. I guess we could just do that and then say if query IDs any, we only have ad hoc items. I guess what we can do is like put in the ad hoc info and then append the Steam info. Show any ad hoc stuff. Yeah, that's fine. ID array. Then we got to go Steam UGC dot what was the call? Create query UGC details request with the ID array and ID array dot length, and we got to do our, I guess we get the handle. The num is the number of items. Okay, well, sure. Let's convert it to unsigned. It's not going to be that long. Right, and then we can filter that. Let's just do it sort of normally. Where's the run? Where do we call, like in mod? In the mod manager, no, we don't query here, do we? No, in the mod list or the mod view, there's places where we run queries. Here. Like this, yeah, we do. We have our thingies. So we have our query result and all that stuff. We have this. Yeah, let's just copy this. And modify it. So this is just query call details, query call result. Yeah. Okay, that and that. And right, we're using this. Oh, it's actually the same call, but with, right, okay. It's actually the exact same call as the author check, but we're calling it with multiple instead of just the one. Oh, and I guess we want to do this too, just in case. Then here. Details check. Details query. Result. cool. So maybe I'll just put what, we don't like that? Oh, log format. Just gonna log out like what we're looking up. Okay. Show information about the mods, the items. Download. All right, so right, we need to like loop over this and call the get result thing and everything. I guess we want that, actually. And the index we are going to pass in is I. And then we can get like details dot rich title. It's a string. I guess we can find out what that Steam UGC details has. Description, title, so on. Right, so here I guess we can just like sort of update our label. So we can just basically say ignore ones that aren't. Because we're already doing the query separately. And actually what we can just do, mods to install except mods to install from Steam. Like we know we don't have to do that. Let's do it this way. Cool. All right, so we don't really have to do this because it's going to come back right away. So maybe we'll just make sure to set that first just in case it comes back instantly. It shouldn't, but I don't know. Okay. So we get our query request back. Basically, we're going to have another string builder. We can make it nicer than just strings, but this is an easy way to do it first. And maybe we'll do it like this, just in case, so we can show it in the error. This dot just add it on like that. I guess actually setting it to empty string is nice here. Well, that'll be an empty string actually, so I just want to like not have extra blank lines for no reason. append ad hoc equals if it's not empty, so what we can do is do this. There, add that on. Actually, what we can do even better is just add it to the string builder. Yeah, even better. Okay. Yeah, and here we can say air contacting Steam, and I don't know, something nicer than a number here, but I/O failure. No, these aren't great, but at least tells me what's going on if someone reports it. Okay, so basically here we're going to why don't you, oh, this is a uint, yeah, for uint I. File ID details dot file and the version details dot version. Is that not? Oh, we need to get the key value tags. Key. We might have to query that separately. Maybe we don't need to show the version. We're just like, you need to update this. I don't know if people care if it's like installer update. Maybe they do. So I guess we have that. I don't know. So if mods to install from Steam contains file ID to string, I mean, shouldn't have to do an else if. Let me do this. And maybe it's like subscribe. Title. Yeah, we just don't have the version. We just do like that. This should like show the information we want in that label based on the query. And right, I think we want to only show the download button once we've got that label populated. Download button. So if there's no query IDs, there's no download button, right? I guess it's a reload. It's reload instead. I don't really want, this is not really for ad hoc. It's just sort of nice that it's possible. So basically, if they're success, we're only going to show the download button if that call worked. Okay, so now let's go and actually Steam UGC download subscribe item, I guess, is what we need to do for these. Okay, we can do that. And that will be installed ASAP. Download item. High priority. True. Files on, and then at the end we need to like once everything is downloaded, we need to like make sure that everything's there, right? And then finally reload the mods. So if we call, do we need to like, I don't know if we need to actually like listen to these. Returns to be used with a file result call. Right, I guess we can know that it succeeded or not. And the same thing with download item. And then we're gonna have to like monitor the downloads and everything. So there's a bit to deal with. Download or update. Do not access until the download item result is called. Okay, so but once the, I don't know if the subscription one is going to do it. We're going to have to test a few different things. So it's going to be, I don't know if it's going to finish this today. It's a lot. So this callback, how do we deal with Steam API call T? I think the uploader does that, right? Yeah. And so we need to have, yeah, the call results. Again, I think, just like when we call create item or when we call submit item. Yeah, okay. More boilerplate. Okay. So we have subscribe item call result. And download item result. I guess we want to do those things here. I mean, these are actually, there's going to be several of these. So we're going to have like a list of them. Maybe a dictionary by ID would be better. Like, these are going to be potentially a bunch going at once. I think easiest to have a dictionary, right, for quick lookup. So dictionary. Of the published file IDT, or of probably easier to just use the uint or ulong. And we can just instantiate them here. Can this one be canceled? Dot values. Okay. Got a Roomba running around out there. Okay, so let's go to like the mod uploader. How do we use that? I think we make a new, yeah, we go call result.create with the handler. I'm just gonna move this here. Mod upload, mod download. Var result. Subscribe item. And we need to add a handler, which we can crib from here. Oh, we'll just hit crib from here. We've already got one. We'll just make a handle subscribe. Probably need to do like show an error. I don't know. Else, whatever. And it worked. Handle download result. Okay. Let's just do this here. And then subscribe, call item results. File ID is the result. hang on to it. And basically we'll do exactly the same thing here. But we'll save it in a different spot because it's different, because we're special and different. Hey, Licky00. We are working on automatically downloading the right mods when you join multiplayer. And doing all right. And a little bit like, there's so many API calls I have to do for this. And it's gonna be hard to test. I wonder if I can just like make a test scene with this and like populate it with a bunch of stuff and be like, I think that's probably the easiest thing, because this screen actually doesn't have to do with multiplayer. We can just like make a test scene that's like download a bunch of mods. That actually I think is going to be the way to test it much more effectively than trying to make multiplayer builds. And then obviously we need to finally test it in multiplayer, but cool. So what's the callback here from, I guess we'll do the download one. Right, this one we need to make sure that ignore anything except from our app. I think didn't we do somewhere where we were checking that? Maybe not. If pcallback.app.id game constants dot Steam app ID. I'm pretty sure yeah. I think we just hooked up this to see like to see, but we didn't like do anything with it. So we can do like this. I guess we can go var file ID is this. The first thing I want to do is get rid of our callback because it's finished. I mean, if we have it, if we don't, it's bad. I mean, we're not going to be worried about it if we don't. That's kind of weird. Licky assumed it would be a toggle. Well, I mean, you can just say, no, I will leave the room. So you don't have to do it, but most of the time people are going to want to do it. I think I played a mod. I joined Seamus with some mods, and I think I played one on Handelabra Live once, maybe a few weeks ago. Cauldron content, maybe, or I think I played the dragon guy. I can't remember exactly when, but I have. All right. So if it worked, basically we want to not do anything unless like basically if like our downloads and our subscribes are all done, we want to then like go in, right? Or load the mods and we should be able to go in. That's the goal. All right, so that's so like to do, show something, load the mods, etc. But this is the kind of thing where like you might be downloading like 10 things, right? So we can't just go right away. We need to wait. So this should be correct. I guess we might need to check this workshop state. Subscribe item result just has the file ID. So I guess we just do, we don't have the app ID thing, but do the same kind of thing, and we check to see if we actually asked for this one. Oop. And again, we can just log a warning if we got one that we didn't expect. All right, so this should let us I think, assuming I don't have a lot of problems with my code, we should be able to test this now by like putting this panel on like a testing scene, I think is the way to go here. And then we can make a test, sort of a testing thing for it. So I'm gonna make a prefab for this. This is part of the setup game screen. So I'm just gonna, actually, first thing I need to hook up there's a download button it wants to know. Let's call this download button. And I want this to connect to, not that, but the download panel itself. And that should be it. Save, make a prefab, and save. So then we can make a test, which is like test mod downloading. Well, I can just throw that thing into the scene here. Actually, it's easier if you ngui create panel and pop that on. All right, so that's our scene. We'll save it into testing, test mod download. And actually I can like throw the Steam manager in here too, so we can just like go right into it. Splash screen, mod manager, and Steam manager. Yeah. I guess there's this mod testing screen that I don't remember what this does. This is like testing loading mods ad hoc, right? Ages ago. Yeah. All right, I'm not worried about that scene. Let's have these in here. And Let's create mod download tester. We just need to make like a script for this that just basically tells the mod panel what to do. So scripts. Do we have a testing? Yeah, we have. Well, we have mod tester. Yeah, this is very early stuff, right? Mod download tester. I guess it's like workshop download tester, but whatever. Mod. All right, we want to have the namespace, I think, probably. Just to make life easier. And basically we want to have like IDs that we want to download. Or like whatever we need to like do. Like so show with mods. And then whatever. The mod versions is only used for ad hoc, right? Yeah. So I just pass null for that, basically. Just do this. Oh, right. This might be unhappy because the Steam Manager might not be initialized in time, so maybe I'll just add like go. I have a button that calls that. Okay. So this needs this script. The download panel. And let's start with blank, and it should do nothing. We get like Steam errors if we try to call Steam, but it's gonna do nothing. Oh, I guess I need to make the go button go. So actually we can hide that, and we can add ngui create button. I guess you make a sprite. And we choose an atlas and a button that we click. And we click to do this and say go. So that should show it with nothing, basically. Don't think the click worked. Oh, I think there's another thing you need to add, which is a collider. I guess what I can do is, if you go like add button script, attach button script, it adds the things that it needs. Oh, I guess it didn't attach collider. Attach collider. Okay, I think that's what it needed. It's been a while since I've done NGUI stuff in much detail. All right, now it's seeing my mouse, and I click it, and yeah, nothing. So, but if I add, let's go back to our actual workshop and pick something that I don't have, like this. Grab the ID. Let's say we want to install this ID. Since I don't think I'm subscribed, because it would tell me here if I was subscribed. I'm not. We'll get some Steam errors because it'll try to do the query and Steam won't be initialized because we don't have the Steam. Yeah, Steamworks is not initialized. Well, we probably should check to see if Steam manager.initialized and that. Yeah. Just for safety, I guess. I guess what we can do just for real safety is this. If Steam is not initialized, so cannot query workshop items. Hey. Okay. So let's make Steam allowed to be initialized. Project settings, right? Edit project settings. They change where things are in later versions of Unity, so I get lost. We want to do HDI Steam so that it will compile for Steam. Hey! Subscribe to item case files. We got our query result. And if I click download, I don't have anything visually happening. Oh, did the click go? Oh, no, Steam is downloading it. I don't think I logged anything when I actually called the download, but we got handle item installed. Should probably log when we actually called the thing. Oh, that's handle item installed back on the mod manager. So we got the item installed, but we didn't get the callback here. We should have gotten the handle subscribe result, right? We do sign up for that, don't we? That's worrying. I guess we can, yeah. Oh wait, we're not hooking that up anyway to what that call is. Or are we missing something? We're missing something there, I think. We're missing passing. Oh, we got to call this dot set. That's what we're missing. That, yeah. So we got to do it like in this order. I mean, it doesn't, yeah. And let's just for our own sanity say we are calling subscribe item, or just plus ID. And here calling download item, and this and actually we can store this first. Let's call this call result just to why doesn't this thing cannot convert from bool? Does download item not? Oh, I see. If function returns true, wait for download item result T. Well, how do I get the callback though? Should wait. Hang on. So they are a little different. This one goes right to its callback, but the other one doesn't. Download and returns true. Register and wait for the callback. Okay, so we actually have to register the same way we do this. I think. So it's a little different. So here we go. It wasn't exactly. So because maybe for some reason you don't need to. Handle download result. Right, so it's a call back, not a call result. Handle download. Okay, so it's not actually that. And to-do. Don't need to wait. Or like already downloaded. Probably handle that case. And this needs to be just as the P callback. Handle download just with the P callback. So we don't have the IO failure thing. Okay. And we don't have to, I think we do need to hold on to the callbacks, right? That's a thing. I mean, we can just have one, but I think we can have several. So this is callbacks. Yeah, that one doesn't actually need to be. But we want to remember what ones we're downloading, right? And we don't have to, like, the callback doesn't have any, like, unregister, I guess. Register the callback. Just make sure we don't get superfluous calls. Yeah. This is mainly just making sure that we're like tracking what we're doing. Maybe not super necessary though. Okay. So now we already have a subscription to that, so we should get a different response. We should never get to this point where we, I guess you could do weird things like go into a multiplayer game and unsubscribe from the web. Like, don't do that. Well, it's happening. I guess we could handle those cases, but maybe not for 1.0. There's lots of weird edge cases, right? So this subscribe should like, yeah, it immediately calls back and says it's good. So that's good. We can like unsubscribe from this to properly test it again. Unsubscribe. What else do we get on this P callback? Yeah. Success. Yeah, so let's just try that again. Make sure our code gets called this time, as we're hoping. So we got our details. We can click download. And we subscribe result. We got our result and it says success. But we didn't get a handle item installed, did we? That's interesting. Is the file there? Library, app support, Steam. Under Steam Apps, Workshop, Content, blah. Yeah, it's number 109. There it is. Interesting. So, we didn't get the handle item installed, which is interesting. If I click, I wonder if because it didn't actually leave, like I clicked unsubscribe, but the files are still here, right? It hasn't deleted them yet. Oh, because the game's still running. As far as because Unity's running, I need to like quit Unity for it. It won't. It will never delete things when you unsubscribe until you've stopped the game, just for safety, I guess. So now it's gonna delete that. Okay, so let's go again and do a proper test then. It's kind of annoying after quit Unity, but that's just how it works with Steam. It's better than doing builds though, right? So run this. stuff for mod loading. We click this, we get our query result. And yeah, we still didn't. Oh yeah, now we got handle item installed. Okay, so the subscribe happens first and it isn't necessarily downloaded yet, I think is the case. I don't know if that is documented here. It will be downloaded and installed as soon as possible. So we don't know. So I think we want to, I mean, we could just tell the mod manager about what's going on and then it can deal with reloading at the right time maybe. Also, when you click that button, it needs to turn off so it doesn't let you click it twice. Let's do that. And show, obviously, show what's going on. So we could just call download item here from here. Then once all the downloads are done, we know we're done. I guess all the descriptions and the downloads are on it. I don't know if there's, I mean, there's the item installed that we could just add a callback to here as well. Or we could just trying to think of what's the best way. I think having this screen know about it to trigger the mod manager is probably best. So we can trigger it all at the same time. So we could just watch for item installed as well on this screen. Basically, because that's, we get an item installed callback on this screen. Once it's downloaded. So yeah, we don't super need to have a dictionary of these, do we? Well, we haven't tried that part yet, right? Let's try that part. So like here, we say we want to update a different one. Whoop, I don't know how I got a weird number in there. I guess we'll just move it over to here. So we're gonna update it instead. I mean, it probably will just return back like it didn't need to be updated, but we'll see what happens. All right. Handled result for file ID we didn't ask for. Oh, if it's not equal to. This is why we test, because my logic was backwards. Let's try again. We did get a... Huh. Okay, I'm not sure. Oh, was... I'm not exactly sure what happened there. Let's go again. Oh wait, no, it's right. It's right. What was doing is right. The equal sign is right. What then did happen there? If it's equal, we do our thing. If it's not... Oh wait, this is... Oh right. Okay. What? Oh, because we got two callbacks? Hang on. I didn't understand what happened there. Let's run it again. following download item, we got the result for the file ID. Oh, did we forget to... yeah, we forgot to include it in our dictionary. That's why. It's like, that's what's going on. We're just storing it here and not keeping it. ID. Right? Oh. This. I'll just log that so we know what's happening there. All right, we got our query result. Cool. So we still returned, it still said we should do the callback even though it's already there. Interesting. It could return false, but it decides not to. And then we get our callback. Cool. Okay, so I think we've set up like just gonna add a little colon in here. We have a setup here that is going to work. Now we also need to do like load the mods up at the end. So for updating, we need to like unload that mod and then reload it after. And for installs, we need to load them. So that's interesting. I'm going to take a quick break. Oh yeah, also this for the subscription. We need to do this part. Let's do that before we do the other thing. BRB. Always make a new BRB doc. That's what I do now. Be right back. Making pretty good progress, I think. So yeah, so when we subscribe to a mod, we want to call download or subscribe to the other event, but the item installed event. Because the download one, yeah, is for a specific one, whereas item install is just like anything that gets installed. So, yeah, I think adding that on seems okay. So basically, we just take this and add it into the subscription part. I'm just going to put in these so I know when I say success what it is. Calling download item for P callback. So we just basically call download item. Why don't you like it? Oh, no? No argument given that corresponds to, oh, stray thingy dingy. Yeah, so this dot m dot blah blah blah. They love their structs, don't they? Oh, I already am grabbing it here. Let's do that. Just to save our trouble slightly. So when you subscribe, we will then call download and keep track of it. And we'll see what happens here. So let's test that out. We need to quit out of Unity and unsubscribe from the mod. Unsubscribe. Make sure Steam knows about that. I think that's okay. And get back to Unity. All right, and we need to change this to say we want to install it. Okay. So just make sure that's gone. Yeah, it's gone from disk. And all right, we want to subscribe to case files. Gonna click it. All right, we got subscribe item, success, calling download item. We got the handle item installed from the mod manager, and then handle download result. Cool, so that's the sequence that we kind of expected. I think I'm gonna throw on this that this is from mod manager. I don't know that we are going to do anything about this, but at least we're keeping track. Cool. And actually, one thing I want to do here is it cleanup callbacks. If we leave, I want to unregister all these things. Clear cleanup callbacks when we start and when we finish. And also these. I was just thinking, like, if you press cancel, there might be stuff in flight that could cause a crash or something, so we don't want that. Cool. All right, so basically, I think I don't know what's happening with these cases. We might need to just, basically, I think we just want to have now, like, check for finished. And like, if these are all empty and there's nothing left, we can like do a check and make sure that mod manager and then we can like tell mod manager to load things, basically. So I think any time where things might be done, we can check to see if we're done. So here, when we, yeah, I guess. And here, once it worked. Once that is successful, we'll check to see if we're finished. And so if all the subscriptions and downloads are done, we can go ahead. So subscribe count equals 0. Download callbacks. Da, da, da. So we want to unload any mods. I guess do we just tell the mod manager to completely reload everything, because there could be like dependencies, right? We have reload mods. Yeah. We can just call that. That seems fine. That's what we were doing in the game setup view controller, right? Yeah. We were doing it as a coroutine, and then update required mods is like checking and making sure that everything is good. So okay. So I think we need something for the mod download panel to call back to the other thing. But what we can do is, I think have the coroutine on here as like, we'll just move everything into here and then have it call back to where we need. I mean, we're gonna have that status is gonna be correct here. So let's move this and this. Tell whoever is interested that we're done. Yeah, these are not going to be a thing. I don't think this is called by anything else. It was just that button. So this is going to need to have like a callback here where you say call this once you're done. Because it's called from game setup view controller, yeah, so we can have like a action reload finished callback. And we can hang on to it. And then we can call it. Yeah. And then this can just show with mods. Literally just call update with update mods or whatever that update required mods method. Well, I guess we actually want to like do a little bit more. We want to hide it. And then hide it and then do that. And our tester can just pass null. Cool, 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 cool. All right, so now maybe we can do a quick little status here. Num left. We'll show some progress, but this is a progress for me. Okay. All right, we're gonna need to do the dance, quitting, and unsubscribing, and file's gone, and launch again. All right, let's test this out now. So what we should see is this is all the mod loading. It's a lot of stuff. What we should see is we can click this, it downloads it, it subscribes, it downloads, and then it reloads all the mods because the number of callbacks is 0. So let's see. Calling download item. We can probably we'll be able to show progress and stuff too, potentially. All right, look at all this stuff. Okay, so we got the item installed, we got the download result. Yeah, so check for finished only got called the once because we only did one. We can try putting 2 mods, and then that will let us see that should wait until they're both done. And then, yeah, the reload is going ahead, and it loads all the mods. and gets everything in. Very cool. All right, let's test it with 2 mods. So let's add a subscription to, not 12. I mean, how about 3, just to really give it a go. So let's unsubscribe from this. Let's go back to the items. Let's add this one. I just want smaller ones because I don't want to have to wait for a big download like the Cauldron. And this one, also not too big. Okay. I guess I could also have like my weird test mods, but hey, we'll showcase some other people's slightly. Okay, we need to quit Unity. Small price to pay. And we only have, these are like, one. This is my mod, then it's Spooky Ghost Comics and Cauldron are what I have subscribed. That's fine. Let's relaunch and try getting 3 mods at once because we want to join this multiplayer game. All right, click. So we should see it subscribe to 3 different mods. So you should have 6 items in here once it's done, but it shouldn't reload the mods until all of them are downloaded. So there's the three ones. That's cool. Download gets us all these calls. Nice. Steam is downloading stuff. You can see in the background there, and a lot of stuff. Right? Okay. So yeah, so this is good. So maybe there's some warnings in here for. We'll see what was happening here. So eventually, it got everything. So I think that all probably worked. So let's see. We called subscribe item on 3 things. We got 1 result. We started the download. Another result. We started the download. Another result. Started the download. We got the download result. We got the same result for the same one again. So we just ignored it. And then that happened again. We got 2 download result calls for 1 file. Oh, you know what? That download result is just coming in every time because it's a callback, like the item installed. So we're just getting like, so I think we don't need to warn about this. We're keeping track of it so that to make sure that we only finish when we finish. But I think it's like the item installed is it's being called like because we're making multiple callbacks, I guess. So we don't need to create multiple callbacks necessarily. We could just make 1 callback. Just thinking of like keeping track of that. Of what things we're downloading. I guess what we can do is just make download item callback and then private hash set ulong downloading items. So instead of a dictionary there, we can just have the 1 callback. So here, if unregister right? Can I? Is this a wrong? Oh, right. It needs to be a callback. So basically, we're just going to set that callback up when we first start instead. Here. And I guess only if we're actually needing it, we can connect to it. So once, and that's really basically here, when we click download, if there's any, yeah. Like this. And here we just say downloading items dot add the file ID into the hash set. Just ID here. There's so many versions of that stupid number. Oh, that's a string here. Fine. I guess we can, yeah, just get it here again. Yeah. So then I think that is a little cleaner because we don't need to have a callback registered for each one. So downloading items.count. And down here we need to do the same thing and not create a callback. We just note that we are waiting on that. And here, downloading items contains file ID. We finished it. I guess if there are errors, maybe we want to actually keep a hold of those. Like this. Error items. So we'll remove it from downloading items, but we'll put it in error items. Something like that. And we shouldn't be ending up getting extra callbacks now. And then we can add these error stuffs into here too. Error subscribing. IO failure. Yeah, those are the error cases. And so if error items dot yeah, we'll just do that for now, like to do show errors or something. Or show them like while it's happening, but I don't want to like carry on if there were errors. Basically, we can't do that. So And I don't know how we can induce errors, but we can try to, or just hope that it works sometimes. All right. So that should prevent us. Oh, there's literally some code errors. So let's just go back in. Now we've closed out of it, so Steam won't be looking at it. And we can unsubscribe from things. Okay, I got a compile error, which is probably just a stray thing. Okay. So Steam is like, I think I'm subscribed for one other one. So we got 2 there, and we're going to subscribe to 3, and we'll see if we avoid those spurious callbacks. Okay, download items. No, reference exception. What? Oh, I never instantiated that. All right, that's not happy. How about that? And then it downloaded all the things, so I need to unsubscribe for them. Maybe I'll just like have these open in tabs. It's nice that this like works pretty quickly. Was it that one? No, it was that one. You can like click on it here and it like reflects on your local files like almost immediately. The updating mods does not work that way, which is annoying. Steam is slow to update your mods sometimes. And that's going to be a whole other thing to test. Uploading a version and then doing that. So we'll see. Let's get this part solid first. So let's click this. There's our query results. Oh yeah, 2 callbacks left, 1 callbacks left. Downloading the bigger one. Getting a spinner here, which means there's too much happening in one frame. But I thought, are we not yielding when we reload? We are. Reload mods does do a coroutine, but I guess there might be too much happening in one frame, potentially. I'm not sure. Because of the like tests that it does, it might be too much. We're getting warnings about saying there's audio mod loaded. So it didn't properly unload, I think. Oh wait, I think that's probably happening when I first launched too, right? Because I probably have the ad hoc one as well as the Steam one. Let's see if I replay. Do I get 2 warnings? Probably. Yeah. So what I can do is just not have those in the ad hoc. Oop. Just don't have ad hoc mods going. Only Steam mods. Yeah. Cool. So that is working pretty good. There's some UI improvements here, obviously, that need to be done, but I feel pretty good about committing this as a functional piece. Looks like Jennifer's doing some more adjustments to the scene. Just gonna check my Slack and see what's going on in case I'm missing out on anything. There's a new trailer for Spirit Island, Branch and Claw. You wanna watch it? Draft number 3. Let's commit this first, then we'll look at that. I'm sorry, I got my phone audio on because I'm expecting a delivery, so there's bleeps and bloops maybe sometimes. Cool. All right, so just looking at my commit here, those all seem good. That is a lot of new code. Okay, so all these basically are working on downloading, subscribing, and updating mods from Steam Workshop for multiplayer. Cool, and I'll grab Jennifer's commits here too. Let's take a look at that. We can look at it together. Bonus sneak peek. It's pretty close to final, I think, so it's not like I'm showing you things that you're not going to see in a little bit. Draft number 3. It's a video of me playing Spirit Island. But Krista put the video together. Now available. That'll be Monday. That's pretty good. All right. Looks cool. That's Monday. Okay. So I guess I can push that up. And let's see. I'm not going to commit these bits. Let's just, I'm curious what's happened in the scene. Probably a few tweaks to what the mods look like. Yeah. I think we'll make this whole thing scroll probably instead of having this tiny section scroll. But that's still in progress, so. All right, so in theory, this should all be working in multiplayer now, right? Because it's downloading, it's set up to reload. The UI is not awesome. But it is there. So I'm thinking of how, should we try to test it now or try to make the UI a little better? I kind of want to test it. And so I think I'm going to grab another computer and do that. I think I need what I guess I can run it from Steam, like from Unity here, and make a Steam build that I can run on the other computer. It's a little tricky. I don't know if I want to, it's just going to be like a bunch of messing around. So maybe it's not worth it. Oh, I've got a call. 1 second. It's the delivery. All right, delivery received. So yeah, I think trying to set this up, like trying to test it in multiplayer is just going to be like slow. It's something I need to do, but it's not going to be as quick as just like make a build and run it, because I need to have Steam going in 2 places at once, which is either 2 computers or a virtual machine. And it's doable, but a pain. So I'd rather do it once and not several times. So let's just go and finish the UI on that, I think. So what I want to do is make this a little nicer. Jennifer can go and like make it look more nice, but I want this to show like progress maybe. Is there a callback for progress? Suspend downloads. Tech overview. Where's the downloading part? Item installation. Get item state. Get item download info. Information. Right. So here we have downloaded and total. So we can call this like repeatedly. Changing the priority. Okay. Yeah, so we can call this to get the progress. So I kind of want, like, instead of just a label, I want like more of a grid that can show you like all the things that are happening and like their status. Like on each one, it can have like a check mark or something, right? So let's do that. So in GUI grids. Okay, so instead of instead of this label, I want to have like little boxes maybe or something. In theory, it could be like a lot. I could just make like it could be a lot, but it's probably not gonna be more than like 5, right? Like, I guess I don't know. Like, it's gonna be a lot at some point, won't it? So we could just set it up for scrolling to begin with. Which is a pain. It's just a pain. Scrolling is a pain. I'm going to go without scrolling and make them small enough that maybe, you know, there can be 10. And if there's more than 10, it's just going to like, you won't see them. Maybe we can change that later. So let's create a place for these to go into. Yeah, actually, in GUI create grid table. Grid, I think they can all be the same size. Create grid. I mean, creating a scroll view is not hard, but like managing it is just annoying. I'm just gonna create a grid. We'll add, if we want to create a scroll view, we can add it later. Create grid. And we'll just call this mod grid. And we'll put it here. And right, the UI grid doesn't have like a size. It's kind of weird. And then we'll create basically prefabs that go inside. So we can set it up each one as a sprite. Oh, this is my go button. It's like, well, there's another sprite. Mod download item. Actually, it's going to be like a mod view. Move this down here. Just give it like a typical square. 100 by 100. That seems maybe like 200 by 100. If we add a mod view component, I don't think there isn't actually a manifest, right? Like unless it's an update. We want to create a label. And put it up at the top. We can set the anchors. Left is at the left. Right is at the right. Top is at the top. Bottom is at the top. Just make it black for now. We can call this title label. And we can make it a little taller. And that's going to show the name of the mod. Seems small. Maybe it's just the view here. And I want to have like just like a status, could have a status bar. If we create a sprite, like a status label and a status bar, basically. Status label. And that can be in black too. And it can be like in the middle. I kind of want the title to be in Crash Landing. We'll see. See how it looks with real stuff. Status label. We'll say like downloading or whatever, right? Like the bottom, top can go to the top, bottom can go to the bottom. So make this like 40 from the top and 30 from the bottom, and then we'll have like a little progress bar down here. Not UI. I always want to go to the Unity UI. Create sprite, and we can attach progress bar script. Can I just have a progress bar? Do we have a progress bar prefab? I think there's one in the loading screen we could get. Maybe we'll just copy that out of there, because that'll be a little easier. Loading. Hey, look, a progress bar. And oh, it's like got everything in it. I want this. the percentage? I don't know. Depth 0. Yeah, depth in NGUI. Okay, this can anchor the left and the right and the bottom. Something like that, maybe. Maybe a little bigger looking. What about 7? Yeah, that looks reasonable. Progress bar. And I don't know that we care about the label. I guess it could. We could put the label like in the middle. Just not have the label. That seems fine. So if we change the value of this, we get like, if we run the scene so it's operating, we should be able to change the value and see what it looks like. Maybe. Why? Oh, depth. Depth. That is not used for anything. I don't know why. There we go. That's progress. Look at that progress. Whoop, whoop. Okay. So yeah, I think this is probably a new script, right, for each item. So where's that mod download? Is it on the new game screen? Yeah. Create script, mod download item. And so we have a progress, UI progress. UI label, title label, UI label, status label. And we can have them all track their own status. That'll be handy. So let's add that script, and we'll make a prefab, as you do. Mod download item. Title label. Status label. Progress bar. And that's going to be a prefab for the setup game. Cool. And then on the mod download panel, we need to add mod download item, prefab, and grid, UI grid, mod grid, and hook those up. This and this. And the grid is 200 by 100. We can set the column limit once we got some content. Okay, so what we need to do is populate it. So instead, basically instead of this label, maybe we'll still also have the label for testing or whatever, but we also want a dictionary from ulong to mod download item, download items, I guess. No, well, that's confusing. Item views. I guess it's string because these could be ad hoc ones, couldn't they? Let's add a method here, which is add item string. I guess it's, yeah, it's just a string, right? Yeah. String identifier bool install. And false means update. And we might need more, but that's good to start with. View equals ngui tools add child. This dot grid dot trans game object. The prefab is this dot prefab dot game object. And it likes to ngui likes to use game objects for prefabs instead of their actual type. Let's just do this for now. So, add item, whoops. Mod true. And yeah, we can do add, and for Steam we add them in the query. I guess we could like add them and then up, like have a little spinner or something that says we're, like you can see how many there are. That could be neat. So yeah, what if I do Steam IDs? Let's just do this first. Whoop. Just want to like do this. I guess I want to do it for each, so it doesn't really actually do much. Yeah. Show empty boxes at first. That We should see some boxes showing up with numbers in them, basically. That's the goal. The initial goal. Show me boxes with numbers in them. Hey, boxes with numbers in them. All right, I'm just going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Sorry, don't mean to blow out your ears there. Smacking the microphone. Apologies. Okay, so yeah. I mean, obviously, not the greatest look yet, but that is something. An NGUI grid doesn't let us. Oh, it doesn't let us do padding, so we would need to. We can play with this, right? We can say. Yeah, you kind of just have to like move it where you want. It's kind of weird. Sorting? No. Just like, it's actually here. Like minus whatever the size you want. We could say column limit. Depending on how we want it to work. Yeah, it kind of has to scroll, doesn't it? There's probably want to be able to show like 6 here or something and then scroll. Ugh. Okay, fine. I mean, it could be bigger. We could make this panel a lot bigger. It's just like a pain. Scrolling is a pain in the butt. It's a pain in the butt. And yeah, you have to put your padding in your items with the NGUI grid. Vertical? What's cell snap? I don't know. I kind of like the 3 across and then show like 6 without scrolling, I guess. I mean, we could just show whatever. Yeah, we're probably going to want to scroll. All right, let's just bite the bullet and let it scroll. So, NGUI, create scroll view. Do we have a prefab for scroll? We have a prefab for scroll bars. Yeah, so we can use the prefab scroll bars. It's been a million years since I did this. Create scroll view. Okay. And we can anchor it. So left is at the left edge. Right is at the right edge. Bottom is at the bottom. Could put the buttons below. Like this. And the top should be from the top space from that label, so like 150. And we need to add a scroll bar because we're on PC. This needs to go. Why is that behind the... Oh, because of the panel depth. Okay. That needs to go above the scroll view, next to the scroll view. Maybe it's not allowed to anchor. I don't know. Where do you go? I can't anchor this one. I don't remember exactly how this works. Maybe the scroll view puts it there automatically. That might be the case. Because I'm not seeing anything for like how big it's supposed to be. We'll have to look at what other ones do. Let's put it there, hang up there for now. Then the mod grid can go in the scroll view. Yeah. And then the scroll view, there's a whole thing about how scroll views work. It's been a while. Let's see what happens if I try this. All right, well they're in the place. That didn't move. Always. All right, so it doesn't know where to put the thing. If I add like a bunch more, will it not lay them out for me? Lay them out. Grid. 3. Yeah, there's a way that it can know. Whoops. That we need to scroll. It's been a while since I'd set this stuff up. Let's look at a place where it does that. Like in the new game screen. Available villains, scroll view, has a table inside of it. How about the scroll bar? It's just got a bunch of transform stuff set. It doesn't have anchors. I don't know how it knows where to go if the screen changes. What's a simpler scroll view? Credits. I think we have to like call the scroll view and tell it to update itself when we add stuff. I think is what we have to do. Yeah. Once we change stuff inside, we have to call reset position. So that's what we're doing. And at the end of this, okay. Okay. Let's just do our best. So this label I'm just going to turn off. Our scroll bar, I guess we just like put it where we want. I don't know how we change its size. I guess by typing in numbers. Yeah. About that. Maybe a little bit. Whoops. This whole thing needs to go here. So it's a little too high. This is 256 high. Sure. And this grid wants to be 3 columns and that's fine. This needs to be like, well, there's no padding, which is annoying, so I need to like make an outer space. We need to go create sprite and put it here and put everything inside that. Yeah. And we say we're like 5 away from each edge. And then the back one just doesn't have anything. Well, it can just be invisible. Oh, that. All right. I guess we just make it a widget instead. Oh, and then this all went funny. Come back. What happened? Where did everything go? Undo. Can I replace this with widget or just like make it be? No, everything still went funny. Yeah, okay, go back to here. We just delete the sprite. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Hello, Mine the Kitsune. Kamen, welcome. We are... Oh, and my progress bar went everywhere. Everything went everywhere. Oh, no. Let's... What have we done? Oh, that happened when I moved that stuff in, right? Because this needs to be anchored first. -5, 5, and -5. Now can I put this in here? Yeah. Put these in here now. And make them connect to this. And they're behind it because reasons. Have to readjust all these things. It would be nice if that grid had padding. Like, come on, have padding. That would be cool. I was thinking actually our status label could go to the bottom, but be aligned at the top. And then if we have more errors, we can show them a little better. Yeah, let's do like that. And get the progress bar adjusted here, which is... Right, this needs to go from this. That also needs to go from this. Um, 10. And the progress bar. All this for padding. Okay. I think I want my status label to be up like 1 pixel. There we go. Okay, so that was the change we wanted in our life, and hopefully that's the right amount. Let's see how it looks now. Oh, we did not hook up the scroll view. All right, that is looking okay. If we add a bunch more, let's just add a bunch of blank ones. I guess if I like just add a bunch of numbers in here, it'll do it, right? If I change this to 13, we should get a bunch of duplicates, but it should still make the items for us for visual confirmation here. And if we see if the scrolling works. Hey, look. Scrolling doesn't do anything, but something happened. I think I need to tell the scroll view about the scroll bar. On scroll bar. Maybe. No. These don't go to the end. It's probably because they're set to not do that. In case there's another one, I'm not sure. All right, back to the credits scene where we can see how a scroll view is set up, because the last time I worked with NGUI scroll views was some time ago. I guess we need to say that it's vertical. Scroll bar does not have a value change. Set. Let's go back and see if we have at least it set to vertical only. Horizontal. Well, that'll do it. And I don't think we want softness. All right, now we scroll. I don't know that that needs to be set here. And everything is moving to the middle now, which I don't like. Is that because of the softness setting or because of the vertical setting? We'll see, we'll see. See why I was like, I don't want a scroll view. So our grid, we could just like move it. Start it at minus 210, I guess. And then the scroll thing works. Our scroll view needs to be up a little higher because it's, I guess we want it to be like in a little bit for the borders there. And I don't know why our scroll bar is doing that thing. That it's doing. Maybe because of this. All right. That looks like a functional scrolling. That's good enough for me. Doesn't need to be perfect. Just needs to work. And most of the time, it's just going to be like one or two. So let's go and fix this so it doesn't have a million things. And just make sure that still works. And the scroll view should just not show the scroll bar and stuff. Yeah. Cool. All right, so now we can actually hook these up. So, okay. Let's close some of these things we don't need. All right, so the mod download item actually could be in charge of handling its own business here. So it can update itself, but we could just find it and tell it what's happening, I guess. That seems just as good. Maybe it can be in charge of its own like download progress, I guess. We already have all of this in here. I don't want to really change it. So I think what we want to do is have a configure method. Identifier. So view.configure with identifier and install. And okay, so in that view, oh, I made an extra space, oh no. So basically we can tell here if it's Steam by seeing if ulong file ID we can do this basically. So Steam, we need to get the title later. That. And in any case, the progress bar just starts out hidden. Set title. I guess it's like update title. And basically subscribe or update. And then back in here, when we get our query, view, item views. No, that's, I guess it's not configure, it's update title. Okay, so we should see it like flicker with like the loading thing first. We could disable the update code if we want to double check that. We should see the Steam titles appear and whether we need to subscribe or update. Subscribe. Yeah, so the titles maybe Crash Landing is not the best. It's not super readable. And I think we can subscription. Well, subscription is weird, but update required. Subscription required? Is that too weird? Installation required. And we can put on here like ad hoc. Yeah, I just want to see if that, in case you have a slow internet connection, if this loading thing does show up here. Because it's too too quick for me to even see. Yeah, loading. And maybe we just use bold or something for the title instead of Crash Landing. Crash Landing is not a good font. Sorry, it's just not. RSBS bold should be okay. All right. So yeah, we do get some wrapping, and that's a little weird. Can figure that out. But at least we're showing the right information. And now we want to have it show like what's happening. So public void show status and like percent downloaded if we are using that. Dot value and progress bar. We'll hide it if you pass null. Okay. So back in here, we want to, whenever we start doing our subscribes and stuff. Yeah. And view.show status subscribing. And this can just be null. Default value is fine. guess if we get here, it's like downloaded. And we can pass in 0 for progress. Then we have to do the same thing here. Guess, yeah, we can show errors and stuff, right? Guess we'll do it this way. Downloading. Downloaded. Okay, and basically the same thing in this. Downloaded. Okay, so that should be that. For that's not download progress, but it will show like when it's done. So we can, I think, quit out of here and unsubscribe from the mods and see if we get our status updates. And then we can add in our percent download progress next. Oh, why is, I guess I just didn't see this. Okay. And all of our files, good. Let's run it now. Gotta get back into the project. And press play. All right, we get the loading and all that. If I click download, hey, downloading, downloaded. And then, yeah, spinner while it's loading, so that's not ideal. But if you get a spinner like that, it could like disconnect from the multiplayer room, right? So don't actually want that to. I'm curious what's taking so long. I might throw a timer in there or something. Cool. So let's see if we can get our download progress. So I guess actually we just do a Steam call on the download item. So like here, I guess, if this dot progress bar, if it's active, update the progress bar. Steam UGC. I guess we got using Steamworks. Download, get item download info. Yeah, we need to remember our private. New publish valid AT file ID and ulong downloaded and total. Oh, we don't put the types maybe. Yeah. Percent is cool. And that I think should go from 0 to 1. I haven't looked at the progress bar actually. Progress bar. What does the loading screen do? It's the same progress bar. That's not the right file. Yeah, this progress is probably from 0 to 1. Unity makes the progress bar go backwards. Awesome. Yeah, let's try that. Gotta reset. Gotta unsubscribe. I guess I could add a function to unsubscribe. But then you still have to restart. So you have to quit Unity to get it to remove the files. I guess we could like delete the files and have Steam download them again manually. I don't know if it would freak out or what would happen. Tell it to update them. We'll see if we get progress bars. Hey, look, progress bars. Boop, 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 boop. That looks great. I'll take it. And yeah, I don't like that part. So that's going to happen whenever I press play. There's no, like, I guess there's Cauldron. So I think it might be these test games. Yeah, you can see how long it takes to start here. Well, let's save. I like what's happening here. So let's save this or commit this stuff and make sure I apply stuff to my prefabs. So it goes into the screen. Show mod details with view, indicate download status and progress. All right, so I just want to pop back to what's going on in the mod manager because I don't like that it's doing that stuff. What is it? That we do the testing? Test DLL. Maybe when we call load mod, let's record the time. And elapsed milliseconds. Don't care about, we can just say how many seconds. Well, elapsed milliseconds, sure. Because if that's taking a long time, we can basically make it more coroutine-y. And maybe reduce the amount of logging here so we can see what's going on too. Yeah, that's not great. So let's see. Yeah, like all these logs, I don't need to be logging out these. And these were more for yes. 7,000 milliseconds means 7 seconds? No. Right? Yeah? No. Numbers? Metric? 7 seconds. That seems long. That shouldn't be happening. How's the workshop going? Pretty good. I don't think I need to be logging out all of these things. Let's see what's taking. I know the cauldron has a lot, so the test loading is taking some time. I think it's important, but I guess maybe we don't do that if it's a Steam mod. We hope that yeah, I'm just gonna disable these. It might be that we just log this stuff out if it's an ad hoc one and not if it's a Steam one. I think that might be the way to go. But I'm just gonna quiet it down right now while I'm trying to see what's going on. All right, so the cauldron takes 7 seconds. The other ones take like a very small amount of time. So, and that is probably because of the test game, the test DLL stuff happening. If I just turn that off, like if I disable this, it's probably fine. Yeah, the loading is way faster if we don't call the test DLL. So I'm going to say only if it's, we only going to test it if it's coming from the, not coming from the workshop. Because assuming the people who are making their stuff in the workshop, I guess there could be conflicts with other mods, but let's do that. I think that's going to be a better experience for everyone generally. And this logs out if it fails, right? Guess with those exceptions. Yeah. Basically, if there's exceptions, it will like fail out, and then you can see what's going on. So actually, I can keep the logs back in here because it helps you see what's going on while if you're working on your mod. But it's not going to run all this code for workshop mods. Hey, Gaming Master Lieutenant. The workshop is going well. We are working on downloading mods on demand. Loading promo card list. We probably don't need to be logging that out. And also we don't need to call these tests. Test external variants. If it's an ad hoc mod. Just trying to speed up the loading here. Cool. Okay. So this can still, I don't want that to log unless it's gonna go. So we don't need to keep our stopwatch code in all the time, but we'll comment it out. So we can use it again if we need, but that's no spinny rainbow. We don't want spinning rainbow when we're loading the game. It's much quicker. And these few logs are okay to keep in, I think. So I'm going to just say that we are only run DLL tests for ad hoc mods. Quiet logs a bit. Cool. Okay. So that is good. I did want to make this. I mean, Jennifer's going to probably do some visual polish on this. So maybe I'll just leave it as it is and get Jennifer to look at it. Because it conveys the information right now. Just doesn't always look great. Like for this one. I kind of want it to be like different colors. Let's just do that. Let's create, not that, ngui, create sprite, and white square. Let's just do black on top. and 0. Everything's totally black now. Title label is at 8. This must be at 7. And the top can be at 0 and the bottom, wherever that label was going, minus 40. Well, I mean, this label can go inside. That's bright now. I mean, it doesn't have to. And now this font can be white. We get a bit of contrast there. So let's make this minus 5. Let's let this and minus 40 and minus 35. And say 2 lines at max. And the status label, I want to come down a little bit. Minus 40. 2, 3, minus 43. That seems fine. And yeah, let's try that. See how that looks. And we've got things that are, I mean, we could change it to be maximum 1 line for the title, but it might shrink down a little too much. Like if we maximize this to like an actual screen size, yeah, it does need to not be so close to the edge, does it? So I'll fix that. Okay, I think that looks basically okay. So the title label, let's say 7 and minus 7 instead. So there's a little, we don't run into the edge there as much. And we could make it so like you can click on them to like go to the place, but all right, so and then if it's ad hoc, like actually that's a good test, right? Which is like foobar. It should, this will know that it's a ad hoc mod that you need, but then it's going to crash because there's no version dictionary provided. Let's yeah, I mean our tester can provide that maybe. Mod test. Just like send some garbage in there. What does it want? Oh, right. Burst parameter. String object. Sure. That's because of what it gets from why are you unhappy now? Oh, right. We do need the null at the end. That's fine. From our multiplayer thing, we get a dictionary string object, so I just send that through. Guess we need a lot of space there. And yeah, our label is using that, and we're not even using the label anymore, but it's there for like debugging. Version XXX. But like what you're gonna see is this ad hoc. And it says installation required instead of that. So we could indicate the version, but honestly, this is not for ad hoc. It's for workshop, so I'm not too concerned about that now. This can have a space though. Cool. All right, make sure everything is saved. And committed. Basically this, we just like tightened up the visuals mainly. Adjust visuals of mod download items. All right, so I think this is good. Have to do some final testing to see if it'll work in that multiplayer context. But if we go to that screen, since everything is set up with a prefab, it should be there and be all set up. There it is. It has our connections to the download item and everything. So, yeah, I think I just need to like do builds and test it out, so I can actually probably just make a Steam build and test it, and hopefully it works. And that's the easiest way to test it. It just takes longer, so it's not conducive to really live streaming. Let's check our Trello board. So, Handelabra, subscribing, downloading in his background. I mean, we're not really doing that. Like, we're not reloading the mod list when you install one. I don't know that we need to do that. It's mainly when you do this, and that is working. So that, I mean, pending testing, I guess. I get a little more time. I can look at a couple of these bugs that were reported in the Discord. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, so let's take a look at this one. Issue with multiple variants for single hero on the deck browser screen. So this is Ruduin's mod, which I think I'm subscribed to here. Let's take a look. Don't need audio, thanks. All right, so this screen is not totally working, but so variants. We got errors. Could not load resource named unused Captain Cosmic decklist.json. Well, number one, Rujuin, you have errors happening in your mod. I don't know if that's the issue. So the issue was 2 characters with 2 variants, and both are available from the start game screen. So let's just verify that that's the case. So, new game. Bunker, was it? Bunker. We got Wavered Bunker, Fanverse Bunker, and Lazyverse Bunker. So I think those 2, Lazyverse and Fanverse, are from the same mod. Yeah, okay. But if we go into the workshop and show content, let's clear this, see if anything pops up. Let's make this bigger so I can read them. Fanverse Bunker. Where's Lazyverse? So we expect the other bunker is right there, right? So yeah, it's not showing more than one, which is probably just like it's going over doing a dictionary or something like that, right? Or it seems potentially the case. So let's see what it's doing for the variants. Deck browser detail. Yeah, variants section. Create card objects for all the variants in the mod. Don't know that we need to call this test function here. I think that was just to make sure they get loaded. Yeah. Oh, that's populating that list, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, so it's making for each key, it's adding to the queue, but maybe something isn't working there. So that's a queue of string. Made this a while ago. So it's only, yeah, let me maybe log something out here when we're starting it. our deck browser detail here. This. I think we want that. Let's make sure we're sending in the right things first. This and click variance and variance for absolute 0. That bunker has 2, right? Yeah. Bunker full salvo, bunker mode shift. But we only see bunker full salvo. And it creates a game with all of the heroes, but then it does create another game with bunker, so it's trying to do it to make the second game, but they're either not coming back or they're getting lost. Because we're seeing them here, right, in that last game. We make one game with every hero basically, and then another game with the ones that have 2. But those aren't ending up there. So is it that this add cards is... Oh, you know what? Add cards might be not showing multiple variants of the same card because of how the deck browser normally works. You only show one variant at a time. That's probably what's going on. I don't know if it's this code is doing that to make sure that doesn't happen or what. What we can do is here variant cards. Just make sure that we get the full list here. And if that's where they're, like if they're not coming out at the right time there, then we'll dig in deeper. But I think it should be coming out with the right list of cards. And then I bet it's because of the deck browser variant handling. Like that's how it works on normal heroes, right? So that's probably what's happening. All right, show content and variants. Bunker mode shift, bunker full salvo. So they're coming in, but they're getting filtered out later. So that is what we need to figure out, I guess. So is it make cards visible? No. It must be just looking at the different Add card views, coroutine. Okay, so we're just calling that. And with all the cards, we're calling this. Are we combining? Oh, we are combining multiple copies. And that's combining the multiple copy of the variant. So, don't combine multiple copies for the variant. If it's the variant one, I think it's combining multiple copies. I think that's what it's doing, because that is defaults to. Where's that parameter? Oh, it's like a, right, it's a property on the location. This dot combine, is it this dot card location dot combine multiple copies equals false? But normally we say yes. That is what's going on, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, right? Bunker number 1, bunker number 2. And just to make sure that we didn't break the deck browser in general, the idea is that, yeah, and then we click variants and I mean, normally there's only, I think it's because we're combining multiple copies, we want that to be true normally, but that makes sense. Okay, so that is what is happening here. And we don't need that log. Fix issue with variant section in deck browser. In mod deck browser. Okay. That is what we wanted. That is fixed for next update. And issue with variants on the new green screen. This one might be a little trickier, but if you're switching on the banner, that works fine. If we zoom in, things do weird. Okay, this might be left for next time because it's getting late here, so we'll see. Take a look. Okay, new game. Heroes. That's right, if I click through here, everything is fine. I'm getting errors. Oh yeah. So Rujuin, if you're watching, you are making errors. Because of these unused things that you've got in there. So, but if I go into bunker here, that's the graphic. Oh yeah, and here it's not picking up the colors right. I did notice that happening actually in other places, so. But it's only on the full card view, right? This is just a visual glitch. Yeah. No name. Oh yeah, there is no title there. So there's something. And then the color effect has stayed on the on everything else. So it's something with like this green now is applying to everything. So it's not resetting that. I think that's because that is not reloading the whole card view. It's just toggling it. Let's go and see what it does there. UI full card panel. Variants. Be like next variant. Yeah, normally you just update it, but there's obviously something. Update full card view. Update image for card view. Update title. Yeah, so some of these things are not doing the right thing. Yeah, so I think we need to... All this code is probably not assuming it's going to be called again later on the same card. Is this going to... We are calling set gradient false. And set gradient false is not maybe doing the right thing. Guess we can... Just curious, like... Is that... I guess it's on UI Basic Sprite. Just curious what's going on here, that it's not obeying that. We could just force it to white, but... Set gradient false. If I click, I see set gradient false, set gradient false. I see it twice. Oh, because it's happening on the full and on the small. For this, we get set gradient true on the full card. But maybe it needs to toggle it to repaint or something. Because, yeah, the gradient's here. And if I, like... Yeah. So it's just not redrawing. Texture dot... Yeah, I don't know if we know. I think I need to, like... refresh. Can like repaint. Dirty. Is that dirty? Maybe. Something that's gonna like make us draw again. Require. No. Is this a superclass or UI widget? Just gonna look here and see if there's anything that's like What if we like change the sprite? That's gonna, other things that are gonna like mark as changed. That's the one. Where's my cursor? That is probably what I need to have called. And we're going to go to new game. Yay. We don't have the title label though. I wonder if we come into it like this and then switch. No. I bet that's being turned off, but never turned on, potentially. Because here's our title label that we could, so something's turning it off, but something's not turning it on. Update title for card view. Yeah, that's getting called. Maybe because that's getting called later. Update image for card view. Where do we use this? Right, we're not, oh, sorry, we're not actually turning it on. Because it defaults to on, that's why. Okay, that should probably do it. Try to stop hitting the microphone so much. Not aware of my own movements. New game, heroes. We still don't see it for that, which is good, but we do see it for these. Cool, so both the first click and the later ones. And it also still works if we click through here. Cool. All right, that seems good to me. So yeah, so that is just some things. So basically fix issues when updating full card views to different, or I guess between placeholder ones and not is basically what's the issue there. So taken care of. All right, so yeah, that's gonna do it for today. We did get the mod downloading integrated. I have not tested it yet in the exact context, but what I want to do is get that tested out and get the, I know the mod list screen is still in progress right now, get that tidied up enough that we can ship an update with that. So I might do that this weekend if I have time, and or early next week, get that shipped out. And yeah, once that multiplayer thing is in, we'll be able to make the workshop not public, but like make it non-invite only And so just get more people involved as we continue towards shipping. So lots of good progress here. I am excited. Make sure to check out the Discord and the Trello if you're interested in making mods or helping test them out. And we will be, making this public soon. It's all going very well. Have a good weekend. Happy Easter, everyone. And we'll see you next week. Bye for now.